What's up, Chief? Welcome in. I'm gonna do a little bit, probably about like an hour or so of mapping. See if we can level up. Maybe get some gear. Then I'm gonna swap out the other character and keep leveling him. How's your week going, Chief?
That's the trail.
I've cleared a bed map before. If that's the case, I guess I'll just pick a couple more. Get masters in TFT, let's go. I have not touched TFT since like a B patch. Like I think like 13.14 or whatever. Like that B patch and C patch fucked me up, and I was like, I'm done with this half of the set. I'll try again in the next half. But every time they buff something, it's just the most annoying shit to deal with. And I just cannot be asked. Apparently, they've shown like 2 of the 4 costs that are at the beginning. I know, like, I remember Fiora being one of them. I don't remember what the other one was. Oh, what's up, Billy? Welcome in. Well, saying how I'm close to leveling, I kind of don't want. Well, I'll buy the map, but I kind of don't want to do it till later. How's it going, Illy? This one is. I might be able to do that. Oh yeah, I've cleared red maps. I've cleared more than one red map. Holy shit. Right then. Oh, okay then. We got a unique map. None of these have anything good, so we're gonna do this one first. Yeah, we're gonna do maps for like about an hour. And then after that, we're gonna hop back and level up the other character, so that way we can put some of the four additional maps. Hopefully put some of the items we've made to use. Oh my god, game please. Always the first map. And this isn't like a streaming thing either. This is just for whatever reason in this league. The first map just lags the fuck out really hard. For the first little bit, and then after that it's fine. Oh, this one. It's been a while since I've had a. I'm gonna go past the 3. Been a while. Not bad. Look at the little corgi. Oh my. I always find it funny how they always draw corgis to be, you know, these cute, adorable, because they're drawing like the physical features, but holy shit, those fuckers are little shits. Bruh. Can't even begin to describe how much of a little shit a corgi is. Bro, it's so hot though. This is so hot. I'd die. Ah. Ah. Nice. Really unique map. Beautiful. Continue down this way. I'm gonna go down towards the war hordes because that's one of the requirements. Like, I'm just doing Legion stuff just to do the league challenges, and then once we're done with that, then I'm going to refund all those points and then put it into like probably Harbingers. Go that way. Probably Ritual, since I think Ritual is another one that has, yeah, Relentless Rituals. Delirium. Do and then the Harbingers. Breaches. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like just this league in general, the challenges are just more pain in the ass to deal with. Like for the non like league specific ones, although for like the returning core mechanic ones. I mean, part of it is also just like I could do like I could knock these two out pretty easily, and then this one is also pretty easy to do, but deafening essence from essence with at least 8 essences. Like that's a lot of stuff. That's just it's not even like just time consuming. It's not easy to do. Like trying to kill something with that many essences is not easy at that level. Is like it's so bad. What the fuck? PvP damage scaling in effect. Yeah, alright, we're not gonna fuck with that. I was looking into it because as soon as I saw PvP shit, like PvP rule scaling is in effect, I was like, hold up, let me see like what this shit's all about. I'm not about to lose a fuck ton of XP for no reason.
I can't do this just yet.
There. About an hour of mapping. I'm just hoping we get some decent loot along the way. I forgot to read up more on the guide for the build. The other build just feels weird. Yeah, I haven't seen a deafening essence yet. I think that's just in higher maps. Okay. I'll do this one.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. The blight is trying to spread.
Let's go. Oh, nice. Yeah, usually I only really do blights and like tight corridor like maps. But if there's one like that where there's, you know, it'll like funnel everything in like one direction, it's definitely one I'll do. I wonder if anybody's tried out the like real tower defense, like Atlas passive for it to see if it's like actually worth taking. Because like the point with like Blight is it's just like I don't know if that node will make it so that like just the towers will be worth more than the builds. Because it's like I don't like why would you go for like the towers where you have to like, you know, probably micromanage which ones you build more, that's spreading out resources, when you can just get a build that kills everything and then do it. Okay, I was right. I was like, there seems like there's two harbingers there. Or it could have just been one. I could have just been killing things fast enough that he was just permanently summoning circles.
I can't do this just yet.
Oh. We still have a good number of like maps we have finished. I think we're done with all the white maps though. Yeah. All we're missing is just yellow maps. To be honest, I don't even know if I'll make it to the... No, I'll do a couple more maps and then we'll hop over. Because, like, I want to get the other character leveled up. I have literally 2 uniques for him, just chilling, waiting. Wait, no, actually, no, I'll go till he levels up. I have a good number of yellow maps, so. He's almost what, 88.
I can't do this just yet.
So apparently, like, people say you gain XP from doing the Trial of the Ancients thing, so I'm curious if you lose XP when you die. Nice. Has to be a couple of packs that's in there. I really don't want to go into the labyrinth one. Yeah, there's 37 monsters or whatever. That should be enough, right? Right? There we go. Ba-ding! Let's go. The entire reason I grabbed the gluttony one is because I'm thinking I have a gluttony one. Okay. Yeah, I think it'd be a better idea to go for this nodes and then go for these nodes and then go for these nodes. But also, I was looking, 91 is the highest I've gone on a character. But we've leveled up. I'm gonna swap over to the other character. I want to get him leveled up and rolling. Let's see. Okay, so I don't have Vault Reap yet. But I did.
Yes?
Yes.
Good luck.
Deshret.
How was I take these off? I can't use like
Feel it's more
anything.
deft to use this.
A weird moment where you have to like I always find it funny when shit like that happens, right? Like you have an item with stats that wearing the item, the stats from wearing the item let you just use them, but then if you take them off you can't put them back on, so you need to put another item that then lets you like put that. That's always funny to me.
May fear guide you. You know, don't die, please.
Oh, my resistances are dog shit right now though.
I once heard a Kardui mention their Island of the Dead.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is it.
Oh, why did I do? There's literally a waypoint right next to me. Not only would I have cut it out a load screen, I would have saved the portal scroll. Oh my. That's supposed to be fire resistance. fire and lightning are like super low. I forget that there's a noise effect for this belt, and I absolutely detest it. It's a buzzing noise. I know there's like one of the lava falls you can like, well, I think like you can frost blink over like do it. I think it's like frost blink is the one you need for it to reliably do it. But in the ExileCon competition, the guy that won, he used leaf slam to do it, and everybody was like, "Holy shit, we didn't even know you could leaf slam that." Which is pretty cool. I literally just ran in circles. Oh, I should go do my lab after feeling calm. Oh, that's fucked. His tail also gets a ring. I didn't know that. So that little like blue, like purple ring around him is like this damage dealing, mana absorbing like ring. and that underground dude has a tail that if the main body dies, the tail also dies, but it does count as like a separate unit in and of itself. And I didn't realize that if he gets the energy circle thing, the tail also gets its own energy circle. Like, that's actually kind of fucking crazy. This build is also similar to like builds from before they did like the aura, or the mana reservation nerf, where they took out a bunch of them, or just stacks a shit ton of auras. So what class? I am starting another duelist. So in this, basically the point of this build that we're going to play is called Corrupting Fever Champion build, which champion is an ascendancy for the duelist. The duelist has 3 ascendancies, which is Champion, Slayer, and Gladiator. I don't think anybody really plays Gladiator anymore. Or at least I think like if they do, it's like a really expensive build. But generally there's a decent amount of like Slayer, and there's a lot of champion builds. The way it works is there's a node for the champion build that at a certain like health threshold you get enormous buffs. Like it makes you extremely tanky, makes you extremely strong. And there's a skill in the game called Corrupting Fever that when you push the button, it basically consumes your HP to give you a buff, so then you can apply Corrupting Blood to like other things. And so the point of the gist for this build, because we're leveling right now, so it's gonna look a little different once we get all this stuff online. But the gist of it is that we're gonna run around, we're gonna hit Corrupting Fever, get all of our buffs, and then when we like throw attacks at enemies, they die very quickly. Usually I don't tend to make another like the same class twice like this quickly in a row, but in this game the legendaries are called uniques, and for this specific build I have not 1 but 2 uniques that it uses. So I decided that instead of doing my Bone Shatter Slayer or continuing with it, even though like that's also going fine, to swap over to this build, because this build is also very tanky. Well, will also be very tanky. I think I've died more on this character than I did on my... Oh, no, I've only died 3 times. It feels like more. I guess it's because I think like 2 deaths were like back to back. Oh fuck, not login screen, I meant character select. So I should go farther, or at least be able to catch up quicker, since I have at least 2. And then, I mean, I'm still missing like, I think 1 unique that I really need, or would really like, which is a set of unique gloves. But yeah, it's just the starting class is duelist, so that way we can get the champion ascendancy. And then basically it's going to be this, from what I understand with Corrupting Fever, is in maps you use Spectral Throw, which is the ability we're using right now, where we throw a bunch of axes out, or whatever our like main hand weapon will be, which will be daggers later. And then for single target we have a skill that I don't have at the moment called Reap, which there's a special version called Vol Reap, which the way Vol skills work is as you kill things they gain charges, and when you have enough charges you can push the Vol button and it does like a special version of it, and that'll be for bossing. But that'll be later towards the end game when we do that swap. Usually I do a Marauder build at some point because Marauder is my baby. I love Marauder. I'm tired of using it. Good thing. But like I wanted to wait and see if there would be a chieftain build that pops up out of nowhere. This this league. And so far I haven't seen anything, which is unfortunate.
Can we be of help?
I mean, well, I have seen a Korean player using a Earthquake Ignite build, but what I don't know is if that build works without all the uniques that he has. Because like somebody asked for his POB in the description, and when he showed it, I think like half of his setup was like uniques, and I'm like, I wonder if you can do that like without like all of those uniques or not. But if anything, I'll just wait, and if it pops up later in the league, or if I get like, you know, a good chunk of the items, then maybe I'll try my hand at it. Also, we're gonna swap to this at 58. That'll be a huge boost in DPS. And because I get to use this for old time's sakes. Well, actually I say this, but I think we're supposed to Corrupting Fever swap like before that. Yeah, because I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, no, we'll be Corrupting Fever swapping before we get near that. Like I'm saying, I'm supposed to be Corrupting Fever swapping like now, but I don't really have. Well, not necessarily like full swapping, but at least like putting it on. What level do I need to use the dagger? It's like 62. Yeah, it's like 62. Maybe not. Maybe we should be swapping later. I don't know. I don't. The way the guy wrote this like guide and shit, I'm not a big fan of. Doesn't really do a decent job of explaining. Like he's got a video, and I guess he just wants people to watch the video, which I watched it a little bit, but. But yeah, we're gonna go do lab, which will, well, I'm gonna go turn in the quest item, but then we'll go do the lab to get the first ascendancy, so you can see what the ascendancies look like. You get a choice of 3. You are not permanently locked into your ascendancy, which is really nice. So there are some builds where they start with 1 ascendancy and then they swap to another ascendancy later. Usually that's a relatively late game swap. Oh, I forgot to like press the thing. It's also the wrong spot to go to. I'm just being dumb right now. Because it is pretty expensive. The max level is level 100. Currently this character is like level 36, and my Bone Shatter Slayer is level 86. Level 100, I haven't made it to level 100 yet. I think the highest I've been is level 91, if I remember correctly, when I was looking earlier. Most like most builds generally have like up to level 100 tree. I would say that like the average player doesn't make it to level 100. Like that takes a decent amount of grinding. I'd say like realistically most people would make it to like the mid 90s at the most before either they swap characters or they get tired of playing and they go play something else. They usually swap characters. Because sometimes you get an item that you want to like, you know, use, or you're like, oh shit, I know there's a build for this item that's really cool. Like stuff like that. That is usually what will lead people to swap characters. But then like as time goes on and you get used to playing more, like, and you've gotten used to playing like all those things, people will stay on that one character and hit 100. Ooh, one more level up and we can drop precision.
Stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady.
Yeah, so the labyrinth there's 4 labs, and each one grants you 2 ascendancy nodes. The first one is the one you do to that you have to do to get to choose your ascendancy. But you can respec your ascendancy like at any time. It just costs 5 respec points, so it tends to be more like a late game swap that people do. But there's all different sorts of playstyles. Like, there's right now like a really popular build for this league for at least for starting, which I think surprised a lot of people due to how they thought they was gonna go. Is there's a build called Lightning Arrow, where it kind of centers around the skill Lightning Arrow. So you build bows, and you get like ballista totems, usually as a support for it, and then they introduced a new support skill, which before you needed an anoint to get, but now it's a support gem, where projectiles return to you, dealing damage on the way back to enemies. And apparently like a lot of people thought that when they nerfed the previous version of it, which required like grinding end game things to get, that it would like kill the builds because it's in a weaker state than it was before, which makes sense because it's easier to get. But apparently not, because apparently like I think it's like 20% or some shit for like the top like levels or whatever. I forget what the exact like the exact numbers were, but like apparently a lot of people have been playing the Lightning Arrow Deadeye build, which is pretty interesting. Oh, I hate doing those builds. But there's all sorts of builds. Elementalist. There's like, if you like doing like necromancer pet builds, there's builds for that too. The only kind of like build you're gonna be like shit out of luck is is melee builds, because there's only really one. Like for league start, there's generally only really one build that's like one melee build that's like usable, which is generally Bone Shatter, which is usually either play the Juggernaut variant or you play the Slayer variant if you've played the Juggernaut variant enough and you want to just be like, well, I want to be slightly different. And so you play the Slayer variant, which is what I did this league, because I tested it last league and it felt pretty good. But unfortunately, like most of the other melee builds just are not good. Like you just can't use them. Like they can kind of make it. I mean, like this league might change some stuff. I know there's a lot of people doing testing with the new support gems. I don't know if it will. It'd be pretty nice if it did. But we'll have to wait and see. Because slam builds used to be really strong back in the day, but then they did a lot of like nerfs to them over time, and then now like, and then on top of like nerfing a lot of the melee builds, and well, not necessarily nerfing. I think they like nerfed some and then they like unnerfed it, but then like a lot of the mechanics for fights just are not friendly to melee builds. Like at all, because in order to do melee damage you have to stand still, and a lot of the mechanics, when you stand still you die. So it's kind of like one of those, man, wonder why melee is suffering, Pikachu face. But which is one of the reasons Bone Shatter is like one of the only melee builds that tends to work for the most part, because it's extremely tanky, because the way Bone Shatter works is as you're dealing damage to the enemy, you're dealing damage to yourself, and as you're dealing more damage to your, you know, building your trauma stacks. Because that's the funny part about Bone Shatter, you're shattering the enemy's bones and your own at the same time while you're beating the shit out of them. But as you get more trauma stacks and you apply more trauma stacks, the ability deals more damage. So inherently, those builds tend to be extremely tanky to offset the trauma stacks, and tend to do a lot of damage in return for increased tankiness. And I don't know, I'm just hoping that like someone figures some shit out this league so that way it's not just Bone Shatter, because I'd really like to play a slam build again, because there's like no point in playing slam builds. Wait, what do I have Rain of Arrows from? Is it this? Oh, it is this. I just put these on just because I needed the stats. But yeah, there's a decent amount of depth to the game, and a lot of times it puts like it can be a little off-putting. Like I was talking to Bun last night, but like a lot of people get put off by the passive tree, like this massive passive tree over here. But realistically, like you're not gonna make it anywhere near like up this way 90% of the time. Like depending on where you're at most you'll make it to like either this side and this side. Like for instance, I'm pretty sure the farthest I go is here from this direction, and I'll probably grab like, I mean, I don't know, I haven't looked at the rest of the build yet, but it might go like this way just to grab Born to Fight for attack speed, and then it probably goes this way and then probably grabs like spell suppression. Wait, is this a please don't tell me this is a fucking precise technique build. What's up, again? Oh no, this one goes like, okay, this one, I didn't realize it goes in that direction. Okay, yeah, so this build, the way it goes is it's gonna stretch up this direction, and then it's gonna stretch, I think it was like towards here. But basically for this build, this like from like here all the way down to like over here through here, like all of these nodes do not mean shit to me because I'm not touching any of them. So like while the passive tree tends to be pretty like, it tends to make players go like, wait, how, like, you know, how much grinding am I gonna have to do? Like how many, Jesus Christ, that's so many points. It's like 80% of the tree doesn't mean shit to you. Which is why I always suggest to start with a build, because then you don't have to worry about figuring out which 20% is the part that you have to look at. Because unfortunately this game doesn't do a very good job of explaining like how damage works and interacts between like passive nodes, just stats on weapons, armors, interactions, support gems, all that kind of stuff. So I just follow a guide, because it's also not very easy to fully like respec a character if you break it in game, which is why most people tend to use like a third-party resource called Path of Building to kind of like simulate their builds to see like how the numbers would work, and then if the numbers look good on that, then they try it in game to see if it translates like it's supposed to. But that is too big brain for me, so I just don't. All I do is I pray. I mean, I might at some point, since like I kind of want to just make slam build, and I just try to see if I can get my own slam build. Oh, I broke the trap without even like meaning to. Oh, we got 3 keys. I don't think any of these. Oh, this could be, actually that's not very useful. Onyx. But yeah, so this is the ascendancy. So as you can see, a duelist, I can be a slayer, a gladiator, or a champion. We're gonna be a champion because we're gonna go to First to strike, last to fall.
ending that we all
Which with this, we can now use Corrupting Fever. And he stonks. Oh wait, I can't use because I need stats. I can forward link this and see if I can. Oh, I can forward link this and then just use the 3 green one, and then I can just move this over and then I can use this axe. Ooh, yosh. But then aside from that, the general gist is basically like any other ARPG, i.e. like Diablo or stuff like that, where you go, you do end game content, you just farm the end game content, get better loot, move on. Yeah. I don't think I have any gloves in here that I want to that I can put on anytime soon. Oh well. Now there is also a crafting, like a pretty in-depth crafting system, but that is like also way above my pay grade. Cause that's probably the most like, I would say the most convoluted part of this game is the crafting, because it's so finicky. Like it's one of those things where you can kind of like dip your toes into it to kind of like learn how to improve your stuff. But like when it comes to like actually like crafting, like, you know, BIS weapons, like, or armor pieces and shit like that. Holy fuck, that like the amount of like stuff you need to understand to kind of like not break an item, or at least to like lower the chances of breaking an item. It's way too much. I've tried watching videos and I'm just like, I just cannot be asked. Just cannot be asked. All right, I need to go to my hideout. Need to get better gloves. Which I've been needing to get forever. Problem is I can't take those boots off. I don't think I have a necklace that I want to put on that gives me the stats I need. I basically, like, I need a lot of dex. Dex intelligence. This is the ring we're gonna use later. Even though I might just start using it now. What goes in there? Oh, vulnerability. And then the skills are attached to skill gems, unlike specific classes, right? So the only reason that we do champion for corrupting fever is specifically because of the first to fall, or first in, last to fall, whatever. I used a lot of chromatics. Pretty cool. I forget how much the recolors cost, what you're doing with that. Because I always forget because the socket and the linking ones are really cheap. Oh, can we get a Vol Reap? A Vol Reap for your boy? Maybe? Question mark? Nope. Need like worm scale gauntlets. Yeah, I might try to see if I can find like another build, another guide for like the itemization part of things. Also, putting that ring on was huge. Like, actually just huge. The vulnerability, just pump the shit ton of that. Well, that and the axe. The axe was also really big. They'll give me another like 30 damage on top. Not more than that, like 50 damage. This is why usually when you're playing like a melee build, you generally don't want your you generally don't want the you don't want your skill, your damage skills, like links on your weapon, because you want to be upgrading your weapon every single time you can to like better weapons. So you generally want to try to avoid actually let's go for it's making us take a bunch of this stuff, but it's not making us use like life tap on anything. Like on an attack. It almost feels like the guy who made the passive tree and the guy who made the item thing are just like two different people. But you generally don't want to put your attack links, like basically if you get like a 4 link, you want it to be on your gloves, your helmet, for the most part, or your boots. Preferably like I'd say helmet or gloves for the most part, because like you don't want to like have to replace it all the time, because if you let your weapon for your melee stuff fall off pretty hard, uh it's not good. It's not good. Like you're not gonna have a good time long term. Fuck it, we'll just go this way so that way I can get some elemental resistances. Because like spell gems on the other hand tend to scale with like just gem levels, so you care less for the actual raw stats of the weapon and you go more for like bonuses, right? Like bonus spell damage, bonus fire damage, stuff like that. And a lot of times you can kind of like delay you can delay when you upgrade, because sometimes those modifiers don't do really big leaps till pretty high levels in between. But for melee you want to generally have your weapon, like for melee skills, be upgraded pretty often in comparison, at least while you're leveling. It falls off a bit, like, oh shit, why am I bleeding? Something put a bleed on me, I don't even know what. But thanks to that, it gave me my buff. This buff, the adrenaline one.
Your glory will be remembered in song forever, Duressa. I promise you that.
Like, I don't know what gave me that bleed, but it procced my champion passive, which made me stonks and sped that boss fight up really fast. It was almost like proccing Corrupting Fever without actually proccing Corrupting Fever. The issue with Corrupting Fever is that it's kind of a pain in the ass to use while leveling, because if you get a lot of plus max percentage life nodes while you're leveling, you have to like play this fine game between the support gems that you have plus the level of the Corrupting Fever, because all you really want from it is to make you dip to the health threshold that activates the buffs from your ascendancy. So it's a bit of it can be a bit of a pain while leveling, or if you like have a lot of like max. I don't remember clicking that. I remember clicking like here and then kind of clicking back over there, and then all of a sudden I went into the Alms region. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this works in the Trial of the Ancestors. It's too bad I don't have a Carnage this time. I feel like that'd be a pretty good unique to use. I wonder if I can luck out and get an Empower support gem this league. I got one last league. I never played a build that could use it, but I got one. Dr. Child again. Oh. I feel like I'm missing a master that I should pick that to proc what they want. But then when I look, like, it's nothing. Cause like, for instance, like 40% increased physical damage with skills that cost life. Why do we take this mastery now when we don't have like anything that costs life right now? In any of our nodes. Like, I'm so confused at like the choices this guy's doing. Like, what's the difference between grabbing this now and then just grabbing it later? I have no idea. Hey, yo, thank you. What's up? Thank you for the raid. How's your Frostblade Trickster going? I saw you were mapping. I'm just looking at this build because it's, well, the guide, because this guide is kind of like, kind of irking me a little bit. Is doing some, has some interesting mastery grabs for shit that doesn't do anything for us just yet, but barbarism.
Oh, duelist, you're so cute when you're bewildered.
I mean, there's damage in this build, don't get me wrong, it's just,
Rely on you.
I don't quite understand. Oh my. I don't understand why they put the spikes there, just let us go. Let us go. Set me free.
This thing gets more twisted with every step I take.
Actually, I need to go back to, well, let me buy Reap. Oh, where's Corrupting Cry? Okay, so Corrupted Blood inflicted by supported war skill. Alright, so let's see. Supported war skills inflict Corrupted Blood on the first enemy hit by each attack they exert. Corrupted Blood inflicted by... has a base duration of 2 seconds. Wouldn't wouldn't this make a decent replacement for a life tap then? On Ancestral Cry for Bone Shatter? Blur for me. Oh my goodness. Well, actually, probably not. Where's life tap? Okay, probably not, because it's like 3 times the cost. Hmm. So dirty, won't you just close your eyes? That's actually perfect. There we go. Okay, so this is okay. Now I understand. Now I understand why we were taking those notes. Now I understand. All right, now I need to go for cannibalistic. They, bro, I'm telling you, these builds sometimes. Good. Poachers. I kind of just want to drop this for Reap, but because Reap seems like it's fun. Don't just close your eyes. I know, what is it? Steel Mage is doing a build with Corrupting Cry, but he's doing it on like just like a Warcry build. But if I'm reading that correctly, it means also the attacks that the Warcries exert also apply corrupting. So it makes me wonder if maybe on like Bone Shatter you could add it. I know I'd have to try it.
I'm watching you. What do you need now?
I need to save. I need to just hoard up a bunch of like chromatic orbs. I've used way too many. I've been way too free with those right now. Oh. Maybe if I put my auras on, I'd be able to deal damage.
Nowhere with me, milady.
Wait, what do blood charges do? Gain blood charge if this skill hits enemies and none of them die. Lose a blood charge when enemy dies while affected by this skill's debuff. Oh, 15%. Okay. So that's why you use it on bosses. I understand. That's why it's a boss skill. I've never used Reap before. I've always wanted to, actually. I've always thought Vol Reap looks pretty cool. What is it? Vol Cleave is one that, like, the idea behind it sounds really sick. I think that's the one that got introduced, I think it was like last league? Either last league or the league before. Where, it's like with the Vol skill, if you kill something with it, you basically get the Headhunter.
Take comfort, Meligar.
But
Not as
I fucked around with it a little bit. I saw a bunch of other people fuck around with it a little bit, and the general consensus was it was kind of dog shit. Because there was even a build I saw where the guy basically, like, he didn't use regular cleave, he just used the Vol skill. To like see if he could like headhunt or some shit, and he was just like, it's just not that good. It's just not that good. It's not good. Which, I mean, I would have been surprised if they made it like good, because it's like you would literally make a Vol skill that would invalidate one of the biggest things for one of the biggest chases for some people, which would then make that chase redundant. Like, there's no way. There's just no way. But it's unfortunate because at the same point, it's like, then why the hell did you make it a Vol skill? Because the thing is that the Vol Cleave needs to kill the target. It's not like, oh, you hit the target and then if they died like something else, you get the buff. It's just like, I don't know. It's just weird. I saw it and I was like, bro, that sounds like it could be sick. Plus, indeed, not sick. I think I saw one build actually use it. Oh, I can't. And it was extremely fucking expensive. Alright, so Ancestor Protector are gonna go down here so I can grab Maim and put Maim on. What Maim look like? This one. I should know what it looks like because you use it in the Juggernaut setup. Not so much in the Slayer setup for some odd reason. Trigger Summon Spirit of Calm skill when totem dies. All you unique. When the fuck did I get that? What the? Oh? I cannot believe that is when the fuck did I get that? I don't remember picking that up. Unless they changed it. Now this one specifically says replaces small string. Passive. Thanks for the alert. Oi. Alright. Yeah, so I need to get cannibalistic rights before using Reap.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
You and I will create the most
Oh,
beautiful
shit.
of nightmares together. Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory.
Now, exile!
What?
Now, exile!
That main support is pretty good. Problem is like my corrupting fever does nothing. Oh. Oh, that's how that works.
Now, let us see
That,
if you
okay, that's
truly
kind of fucking cool.
understand what it means to be nightmare. You are being salvation. Nightmare is the true eternal. You are being salvation.
I never understood that's how the interaction works.
Accept the gift of immortality.
But currently it would just be faster if I just use spectral throw.
Why are you so in love with death?
Okay, but I know. Okay, I didn't understand that's how that interaction worked. Like, I didn't realize that corrupting blood refreshed itself upon consuming HP. Because like the build that I used it in was literally just to proc adrenaline. We didn't give two shits about the corrupting fever buff itself. It was literally just to proc adrenaline, get the adrenaline buff, and then once it fell off, you popped it again to get the adrenaline buff. That was it. So like that guy just did not really explain like at all like like how the interactions work. That's kind of nutty, actually. That's actually kind of nutty. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's cool. It makes me wonder if it works with the node, because there's the mastery node, right? That makes it where skills cost partial life instead of like alongside their mana cost. Like it'd take like 30% of the mana cost, and then you pay 70% of the mana cost, and then 30% of that would be taken from your health. Also, getting that axe is just fucking, that was a big fucking upgrade. Reap just feels too slow to cast though in comparison to Spectral Throw, just because Spectral Throw has faster attack.
The beast will be remembered.
Of course.
Is this GMP? Yeah, it is. Greater multiple projectiles, faster projectiles, and then life tap. Okay, so that needs to get recolored to 2 greens and a red then.
Our hopes are with you.
Alright, so the other one's still technically better. Even though this one does faster, has a faster attack speed, attacks per second. I might just change to this one when I hit 41. It's in 2 levels. Uh, with this pacing, we should be able to get maps tonight. If I have time to. If I have time, I'll probably do some between stream. But I still need to fit in some of my, I need to do so. Like, I'm still like doing some Warframe grinding on the side. I don't want to completely drop Warframe, because I do plan on going back to it at some point. Oh, I shouldn't have leveled that. I think getting it to like level maybe 4 or 5 is okay, but. So the biggest reason that I'm using the ring now, the onset ring, is that I'm gonna be using it for a while, and I would rather try to get my resistances online and get used to just like missing out on a whole ring for it. Reap gets leveled. Sure. I wonder, does the Reap also increase as you level it up? Sure does. Sure does. That's not even a question. Alright, yeah, kind of ballistic. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Now I'm excited to get those nodes. I still feel that the whatchamacallit, I still feel that the guide, like, it shouldn't make you take the nodes for they shouldn't make you take the nodes for like the HP spending stuff if it's not gonna have you using the HP spending things, right? Because at the level that it made me take the whole, oh, your attacks that consume HP deal like 40% more damage or 30% more damage, it wasn't life tapping anything. So it's like what's the point? Like, why wouldn't you tell the player to just use a point to go somewhere else? And then when you hit a point in the build where you expect them to be using Reap and then life tapping their Spectral Throw, then you put that in there, right? And I'm not saying this just because it's like, oh, well, Mello, you don't make builds. This is like, I don't make builds, but I'm basing it off of other builds I have followed. Because a lot of other builds I've known have seen that, where like, there'll be a mastery node that they'll be like, well, later that'll come in handy, and then they don't like make you take it there, but you know, a couple levels down when they expect you to be using that skill, then they do. I didn't notice. They have the Katava X's down here. I didn't mean to click that, like, at all. That's gonna feel good. But it's just like, I don't know, I've followed so many builds, like, or I've looked into so many builds, right, that I would say that this one is a little unpolished. I know there's a max roll guide for it, I know there's a video guide for it, but as someone who personally just likes looking at one thing and not really having to worry about constantly, holy shit, bro, that shining bright like a phoenix, I would have to say this guide, it's it could use some help. Oh no, huh? 66. Doing it mostly for the attack speed. Because they're actually very similar damage. Also, I don't know why I don't remember this character at all. Bro, hot damn. Like, those Phoenix wings are fucking bright as shit. Yeah, I don't think I'll be using anything else until I can use my cold points at 62. I don't think anything else in here is, like, really worth bagging. already. I am half tempted to try to use some chromatic orbs to recolor my chest, the chest piece, but I think I'm just gonna wait for like a better chest piece, like a better 4-socket chest piece to drop. Then try to color that one. Because 3 greens and a red, and then it's gonna get a pretty big, like, damage boost. Because what do you, I don't know, faster attacks, greater multi, and then... Oh, I can, never mind. I don't think I'm supposed to use Chance to Bleed. Hold up, I'll have to look in a second. Because the point is that, like, yeah, I think I'm supposed to drop Chance to Bleed for life tap. Because in that way I could just Corrupting Fever instead. Man, Champion is just good overall. Because, like, for instance, I like Chieftain. Mostly because of, like, nostalgia. Because Chieftain was, like, the first Ascendancy I ever tried to fuck around with. Because I used to play a lot of Marauder. Like, everything. If it wasn't a Marauder build, or a skill for, like, on Marauder, I didn't give a shit about it. Right? Even though, like, I don't think Marauder's ever been, like, super duper top tier. It's been, like, good. Tanky. Like, Juggernaut's always been, like, a really tanky Ascendancy. But I always did, like, Chieftain stuff. Chieftain Totem builds. Just Chieftain Slam builds. Like, stuff like that. I have, like, a lot of nostalgia for, like, Marauders. But I think Champion is, like, becoming one of my favorite, like, Ascendancies just because it's so good. Just because it's so good. It's got just so much stuff that's just worth grabbing. I don't know, I got the Tiger Sword, so like the unique, that's really good for splitting steel, or for steel champs. So I might see if there's like a steel champ build or something. Though I think I'm gonna wait to get, I think it's the belt? I think there's a belt? It's either a belt or, no, I think it's a belt. Where you as long as you have Fortify, you get a shit ton of other buffs. He's tankier than I want to spend my time on. What's going on over here? Oh, that's why he has life regen. Alright. Not my problem. I'm gonna go get life tap.
I should think of something flashy.
Because with life tap, I just hit corrupting blood, life tap, and then just lethal send it with the corrupting fever. Because I should have cannibalistic rights now. Life tap, tappy tappy tap, tap tappy tap tappy toe. Alright. So, we have cannibalistic. I'm gonna go for Juggernaut after that, and then go for the mana reservation ones. And I can move on to the next one. Must have pressed 7 by accident at some point while moving my mouse. Let's go! I need to upgrade the... Wait, did I not put it on? No, lol. Put that thing on. Stupid. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels real good. Me likey. Oh, so this is why you put so many fucking... Okay. Things are starting to make sense. Things are starting to make sense. This is why they use so many auras, because you generally don't end up using a lot of mana, since Reap works off of your HP and you life tap your spectral throw. I'm assuming at some point we life tap or deep slam too. Well, actually, I'm supposed to be using whirling blades at some point. Oh yeah, not the only ones that can throw shit. Fuck you, buddy. Because what I imagine the way it plays out, right, is you have Corrupting Blood, you have Whirling Blades life tapped, then you dash through shit with Whirling Blades, so you apply Corrupting Blood to all of that, and then you use Spectral Throw on like blue packs and stuff like that. is the way I imagine this, like, this build going. Also, apparently, surprise, surprise, according to the guide, I don't know if it was like a last minute thing or something, was like, oh, the dagger build, which is the one that for the video I'm following, is like, it's really expensive right now because, you know, it's new build, so all the price gougers are like, oh, time to make this shit like super expensive for people. And it's like, oh, just use the wand build instead, because the wand became cheaper since people, you know, like, oh, we'll use the daggers instead of using the poet's pen, stuff like that. Luckily for me, I have one of the unique daggers, and I have the unique shield that gets used in the wand build, so I could technically go either route if I wanted to. This is one of the main reasons I decided to just stop and then just level this build off of the Bone Shatter, because like I have like so many uniques this build uses. It's kind of dumb. It's actually kind of dumb. Yeah, I need turquoise amulets, and I need onyx amulets are probably the next one. Probably the two amulets I should like keep an eye on. I also need to start like putting supports for the corrupting fever. Because from what I understand, generally you, instead of like leveling the corrupting fever skill gem, you try to tack on supports and level those up to make it cost more. Flasks are full again. This cactus having decent luck with currency though. Not Divine Lord, but we've gotten like at least like 4 Chaos Orbs just leveling. Okay, I need to stop leveling Spectral though. But it's gonna make it harder to take my boots off later. Because the problem is that I've been wanting to replace the boots for a while, and unfortunately, what's happening is I keep leveling skills up like a dumbass. All right, so we're still at 66 here. I need to get to 66 decks which is 26 more dexterity, unfortunately. Which basically, if this had rolled straight or dex instead of like plus 25 strength or plus 25 dex instead of the strength, we'd probably be fine. But it just is what it is at this point. All right, our resistances aren't looking as abysmal as they were earlier. We can make it work.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Fuck. I even know the mechanic for that, which is I'm supposed to go stand behind the statue, but the statue is on the other side. So that was fucking annoying. Oh, fuck. I didn't pay attention. That one was on me. Like, I saw the animation, but I didn't, like... Even though I don't know, it was like it glitched out and like, because it didn't show the animation or like the indicator on the ground for it. Fuck, bro. Oh, I love how I do this on Bone Shatter and he doesn't do that ability a single fucking time, and then I do it on this character and he does it like 4 times. Are you shitting me, dude?
No
Like, he literally didn't do it like half as many times against my fucking Bone Shatter. But like against this dude, it's like, oh nope, shit, I'm gonna fucking cast that ability all the time. And then the fucking statues aren't fucking turning into statues, and then I die. I hate that mechanic on him. Like, I think that mechanic is way overtuned. Because like my lightning resist isn't that low. It's 71. Like, it's not capped, but it's not like low. Like 73. Like, I'm almost like resistance capped, and like that fucking those orbs basically one shot you. Well, two shot me.
Two tools.
Which is honestly ridiculous. Oh, I didn't, okay. That might have actually been getting me killed a couple times.
Thank you.
I did not notice that there was a reduced move speed on
Once Kitava has
low HP modifier. Was because if I had known that, I wouldn't have used them. I would have just suffered without the fucking dexterity. Oh, sweet, we're at 14?
greetings. For freedom.
Alright, what am I supposed to do? What is this corrupting feeder supposed to have attached to it? Brutality, swift affliction, efficacy. Why would I put brutality on it? Where's my read? Why would you put brutality on corrupting? I guess, does it affect it? Oh, it might affect the dot damage. Maybe that's why. Raise your cut.
Hail God Slayer.
Brutality. Support here. I think swift efficacy is, or swift affliction, right? I really just need the third fucking monitor, bro. Yeah, swift affliction, and then I think efficacy is, yeah. So basically, I need a RGB plus one red, like two reds, a blue, and a green. Okay, that's still not enough. I guess it's time to Well, we'll level the stuff first.
Godslayer.
Oh, I put chance to bleed. Oh, yeah.
Hail, Godslayer.
This is 50%. Yeah. That should be Juggernaut. Alright, then the next, I think, what is it? 5 points? Yeah, 5 points go. Next 5 levels.
What in damnation have you done?
Shut up. I set you free!
Oh, they saved me the trouble of burning this place down.
If I get an RGB item that's like worth using, I'll probably swap to efficacy. Because I think efficacy is better than, is probably more valued than swift effect.
A worthy opponent!
Oh, I need to pop over to Whirling. No, but wait, no, I think I need daggers for Whirling Blades though. I need to keep an eye out.
I wanted to raise the place, but this is just excessive.
Stand up. I'm surprised that one had a special thunk to it. You do this, the ossuary, you need to go do Katava's Torments. Then we ascend the cathedral.
Good old-fashioned ring.
This is like, again, this is like the interesting part of Path of Exile, is the more you do the story, the more you can speed it up, because the more you you just know where to go after. Like, I know most of the quests now off the top of my head. That'll give me passive points. You know, I definitely didn't clench a little bit, like eating that molten shell. I definitely was sitting there calm, cool, collected. Definitely wasn't like, I was like, that was not me. Somebody else.
Feels right.
Oh, the leprechaun. Yeah. When I get to like 50 something, like I'll keep an eye out for the daggers that I need to be looking out for, but like the extra dagger I'll be needing. But yeah, the more you play this game, the more you like remember what quests give you something useful, and the faster you go when you realize that you don't have to go pick up those quests anymore. And then as you like get used to it and play more, you understand more like layouts and stuff like that. Like for instance, I know this reliquary will always be in this like bottom right corner little, for the entrance is basically where it's always going to be. Like in that general direction. And then in here, usually I just hug the right side and just try to go around in a circle to find all the torments. There's videos out there with more tricks, but I'm too lazy to go watch them. Because there's a couple of different tricks. Like, for instance, on the bandit one, for the Alira, that map has 2 objectives on it, right? For Alira and the Weaver Den. And, those 2 are basically always diagonal away from each other. So like if Alira is like say top left of the map, the Weaver Den is usually like bottom right of the map in that general direction. Or like they're at like opposite ends basically. So you know the general gist of the direction you have to go, depending on which one you find. He's a pretty good Chaos Orb blocker. I got my passive node. Well, because like it's faster if I go to the waypoint anyway. Because the waypoint and the map is closer to the location than where I'm at. So might as well go, turn it in, get my passive point, then continue on. But yeah, with this we'll be entering Act 6. And so I'm hoping that maybe tonight we can look out on some decent gear. Well, to be honest, like once we get the cold point dagger like equipped, it'll probably speed up a lot of shit, to be honest. Like it's probably gonna speed up a lot of stuff. Okay, I think I have to drop Herald of Purity at some point. No, we drop. Supposedly I should be running Determination and Pride.
Hail, God Slayer.
Obviously, yeah, the problem though is can't run War Banner if I run that. So I think it's technically stronger. Ah. I don't have to look into that a little bit more. The hardest part about a corrupting fever champ build is like working with the with the corrupting fever to proc your HP, but not enough to like get you fucking murdered. Well, because I mean, like technically, you get when you proc the adrenaline, you get like 25% HP back. That was unfortunate. I didn't actually want to look there. I'm regenerating way too much HP. Actually, I think it was a belt that gave you a drone. Yeah, 45. I don't know. I remember there was a belt or something that was really good with champion because champion would have permanent fortify up, and then once you once you got your sometimes second, depending on the build you go, sometimes you go at second or you go at like third, like in this build. You'll get the one where you just permanently have fortified. It's definitely a little weaker on this one, but I think it's just because I don't have Poacher's Mark. I think that was, yeah, I think that's it. I think now I want to get blasted and it's like, you cannot die here. Joe is.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Is this what losing a fight feels like?
I'm time and tide with good tidings to you. Remember,
All right. Now I need to go back to the hideout and craft some resistances on a bunch of shit. Make sure that I don't get blasted because my resistances are now dog shit again. Everything has like their suffixes filled up. That's actually really, really bad. Pretty good. Not fire and lightning. Is there? Oh, no, it's cold lightning. Do I have a fire cold, right? Plus 14. I'm seeing a bunch of fire resistance. I have a fuck ton of lightning resistance.
God Slayer, good day.
This is gonna be painful. Cause I have decent cold and lightning, but I have no fire resist. Like my fire resist just does not exist right now. Fuck it, I'm just gonna scar this one. Fire resistance. I'll lose some lightning resistance, but opium, it's better. Copium is better, trust. It's about to be pain. And after this one, we go up to the fucking. Ooh, that's cool. Rush. Hmm. All right, because we keep Herald of Pure. I feel like I should just turn off like Pride for now and then just use Herald of Purity plus more. Actually, no, I'll just turn it back on. I'll turn it on after. Well, actually, that probably comes later. Yeah, it'll be fine. Off we go to face death.
Time for an encore.
Because I'm thinking is, do I start with my Herald of Purity? I was thinking like, you know, put Herald of Purity in. Because I think if I get Herald of Purity in... I do this, and this, and I have 3. Instead of... Ooh. Yeah, this feels better than Pride, I think. Feels like I have a little bit more damage out. I did not mean to pick up that mana flask. These archers, it's one of the main reasons that I'm like, alright, fire is this low isn't like the worst. Because like, the archers will snipe you off range and they deal cold damage. And when I had a really low cold resist, that was actual pain. Like that was actual pain. Because I would just have like a pack of archers off screen where I couldn't see them and all of a sudden I'd get hit by a bunch of like cold arrows that just got dropped on my head. And I would just instantly die. So basically what I learned is that like, while fire and well, like fire and lightning are important to get, like in this case, like cold damage generally keeps me alive longer. Because like for instance, a lot of the fire damage in this comes from like the totems and shit, which I can see them like pretty easily because their range isn't that long. That you can just see the beam coming at you, right? So it's like it's not that bad, but like the fuck, I don't know. It's just the archers. Like, jeez, I learned that lesson way too much when I played in Sanctum. I came in here on my Juggernaut with like next to no cold resist, and I was just getting deleted in here. Fusion's actually kind of worth.
Come on now, don't go all day. That should make things interesting. All placed.
Oh my god, Tujin, please. Bruh. Tujin scared the shit out of me there. I thought I was like gonna. Bro. His like his thing popped up, and I was like, "Fuck, I'm dead here." His dialogue, I was like, "Ain't no way, dude." Nice. This build doesn't feel bad, but I would probably not league start with it, personally. Like, I know it's considered a really strong league starter, but I probably wouldn't, just because at least like this guide feels a little on it for well, okay, so like the biggest thing is probably the guide, mostly. Like, at least the POV guide is kind of lackluster in explaining things. I don't really like the layout of the max roll guide, but I think part of that's just because I'm used to the layout of like other guides. I think it'd probably be something I would league start with after maybe playing it for a couple more leagues. Or like playing it a couple more times just to get used to it, figure it out myself. Because like one of the reasons that I can play Juggernaut or Bone Shatter is that like I've played it enough that like I kind of don't really need to follow a guide for itemization because I kind of like understand everything I need to do. To be fair, I'm also like playing with a ring down since I'm using a unique ring that has no resistances on it. That does make it a little difficult. But it's also mostly just this is a build I just have not played, so I'm kind of like having to double back and look at some stuff and stuff like that. When I mean like gearing, I mean like for instance, I had to kind of YOLO figure out that I need turquoise amulets for this. Wait. Is it? Yeah, I think it circles back. Because the build sure as fuck didn't say anything about it, but after looking into it, or like after playing it out, I'm like, bro, there's no dex in this build. And like the good axes, you need some dexterity. Because like in the, like, I think that's probably my main gripe. The leveling portion of it is terribly explained. Like just absolutely atrocious. Because like it shows using like a lapis amulet, and so like I was using a unique lapis amulet, but again, as I've been playing, I'm like, there's no fucking way you're making this work with just a lapis amulet. Like it has to, like you have to be using turquoise. There's no way. Because then at the towards the mapping build, then it's like, oh, use an onyx amulet. And I know it's like showing things based off like what it's available, but like the second one, like the second leveling one, where you're definitely at a level where turquoise amulets are dropping, it still shows a lapis amulet, and I'm like, there's no fucking shot, dude.
But this is no fairy tale.
There's just no way. Because none of the nodes we take give dex. So you have to get it from your gear. Because the level of dexterity you get from leveling as a duelist is really not as much as if you were leveling as a ranger. I mean, part of it's alright, so for leveling, right? Like, I mean, for leveling. I mean, I think it actually, I think it still might just be a deal for, even with the daggers too, because I think the daggers have a pretty high dex requirement. Or will. It's like dex int or something on the daggers. How about you life regen disrupting blood, baby? Let's go. But yeah. As I'm playing, I'm kind of figuring things out. But the guide's kind of like, not, at least the written guide. Again, like there's a video guide and there's a max roll guide. I took a quick glance through the max roll guide and I don't really like the way it's laid out compared to like a lot of the other stuff. It might be better laid out for like a completely like a new player, but as someone who's just been used to just reading shit on POB and forum posts, like it's a little split all over the place. I'm not a big fan of it. But that could just be again the way I'm just used to reading guides for Path of Exile. Well, I mean, to be fair, actually, I wasn't a big fan of the way the Maxwell guides were written for Lost Ark either. They felt like it felt a little bit of a pain to have to like tab between all the different shit to try to figure out and then go back and forth when you're looking at information. I need a new axe. I kind of have a feel for how, like, I said I need a new axe, but in 11 I can just use comms. But I have a slight feel for when I see how low my HP is. I just push Corrupting Fever a couple times just to push it down and get adrenaline. Yeah, I'm due for a better axe. I should probably go look, see if there's one before doing this boss fight. In the vendor. Cause it's kind of interesting, once you hit like level 50, like, a lot of times the weapons from there will be pretty good. Actually, no, now that I think about it, can I even use that? Is it 58 or 48? If it's 48, we can use it. If it's 58, I don't think we'll be able to use it because I think the cold iron point dagger will be usable before that. Or was it, or is it, I don't know, I need to look at the, those are the weapons real quick. Alright, so this is 62. This is 58. So we can use it for 4 levels. Teehee. Teehee. Hit under you.
killed the
Oh, I forgot that goes to passive.
Stay sharp. Greetings.
I was just talking to him to try to get a new one.
Farewell.
There's nothing there. Oh no, it's best though. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No daisuki. I forgot about this. Yeah. Yeah, I completely forgot about this. That I had this. Problem is I'd have to recolor it. What are the chances I can... Zero. Yeah, I thought it'd be pretty rough. Alright, no new axes. We carrying on.
My life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again!
Always a pleasure.
Then we got a little... Look, it feels weird because like... I think it's just because I'm not... I think with Fortify it'll feel better. When I get to like the Fortify ascendancy from champion. Because like right now, partially because my resistances aren't super fantastic, right? But like my armor's kind of low too. Yeah, my armor's pretty fucking low. It's doesn't feel all that great to use Reap in most cases on the boss. guess they remanned the post after I killed everybody the first time. I got this map mixed up with the one after this one. Or like the act for the next act. I was like acting like it's the different one.
A worthy opponent.
I also think just Reap just doesn't work very well with like Gander. I think it'll probably work better with the daggers because it'll have faster attack speed. Oh, I didn't grab. I didn't grab the waypoint there. I need to go back to that waypoint. I'm gonna need it later. There's a quest. There's something I'll have to kill over there later. I don't feel like killing it right now because it's a pain in the ass. Right now because it's like poison. That was a silver coin. Yeah, generally the waypoints tend to be on the roads. It'll just be faster later. Save me some time. Because the waypoint's usually closer to the southern forest, like entrance, than it is to the other one. Usually when it's this far, it doesn't go again. Usually. Sometimes it does. But it usually just puts a trove up. Oh, it kept going. That's pretty rare. To what? Did I die to the thing, like, opening up? I'm assuming that's what I died to. Because the things hadn't even spawned yet. Like, I'm not even sure what killed me there.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, see, this is how far you'd have to go from the waypoint if I didn't grab that other one. That's such a long run back. If I had, like, it would have taken me twice as long to run back from this waypoint than it would have taken just to go back, grab it, and then continue forward. At least twice as long, if not even more.
The Brand King. His time has almost come. Then hope
If not even more. Oh, there's a ball side area. I can actually do this. Oh, I guess the physical damage reduction doesn't do much for dots. Tisk. No Vol Reap. I think this is the longest I've gone without like Vol War Chief. I think Vol War Chief is usually the one I get. I usually have like a fuck ton of them just lying around. Cause I usually play like a decent number of builds that wants a Vol War Chief. But then this time where I only have like one build that actually cares about having Vol War Chief, I have not gotten a single one to drop. And I'm just like, damn. That's insane. Because Vol War Chief is actually a pretty big DPS button. Or Bone Shatter. Because the Vol War Chief itself deals a fuck ton of damage. And then it also applies, I'm saying it applies Maim just as is without needing to have Maim like on the totem. So it's pretty good. Which is why I'm like, shit, I don't have one. Which is probably once I get to maps, I'll probably take the offhands I have on my Bone Shatter off and move him over to this guy so he can level up those gems. Well, actually, probably not. Probably just the Ancestral War Chief ones. Bone Shatter. More ball side areas. Badoosh. Alright, one more. Then we continue on our upwards journey. Seven levels, and then we can use our calm axe for 4 levels before we swap over to the cold iron points.
I've never dueled a king before. First time for everything.
I think it's
So strong. So dedicated. A man like you never disappointed me. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for his
yeah,
majesty.
but this will get to X7. I think we should be able to make it to maps tonight.
We are both so touched by your generosity.
I hate the Brain King. He's such a boring fight, and he just has like annoying shit. He's just boring. It's just like it's just a boring fight that just has like pretty annoying mechanics.
I believe in treading
Born of
light.
ocean's mire, and death washed clean of dark desire.
I'm sorry, Lady Nessa, but there was nothing I could do.
Hold on to your cocoa.
Wait. Isn't the cloven hoof one also? Hmm. That's a pretty laggy spot. I'm assuming there's just a lot of players there. I would love it. Wait, is that actually that? I forget what level I need to be for the next lab. Because before fighting Katava, I'm definitely going to be leveling to get the third lab. One, it'll be easier because I won't have to redo my resistances. And two, it'll give me the fortify, the permanent fortify. It'll be huge for survivability. It'll be huge. It's kind of funny because after playing like Chroma Prime, Corrupting Fever kind of reminds me of like Chroma Prime's playstyle. Where it's like you're trading your HP for a damage buff, right? In Chroma Prime's instance, it's to be able to like you get a damage buff while you're doing it. That scales as long as you're taking HP damage. While in the Corrupting Fever champion direction, you're just you're doing a one-time instance, right, of trading HP for a buff. To be honest, rather than being able to skip the story, I wish they would just let it, allow it so we would just keep our waypoints from one character to the next. Like in the season, right? Like your first character has to like get all the waypoints, but then as long as you're doing the characters after, you don't need to get the waypoints again. Would it speed stuff up? Oh yeah, definitely. But would you skip the story? Like you wouldn't be able to. You'd still have to go through all the quests and stuff. And it may not always be a benefit because like the XP from the monsters you kill along the way when you're running from one to the next, it's like those levels, like missing out on them will probably hurt you a decent amount early on.
Touching this makes me feel strange.
Oh, this one's gonna be kind of dangerous because my fire resistance is pretty low.
I believe in treading light.
Oh, I forgot to empty my. Well. Oh. Bruh. I have so many, like, that's like I have a bunch of impurity of lightnings and righteous fires. I think so far this character has definitely been the one I've died the most on, starting out. Like through the leveling experience. I think I'm at 6, if not 7 deaths now. Not more than that. Love it. Oh wait, I was gonna use the waypoint. The entire reason I did that was to use the waypoint. The entire reason I did that was to use the waypoint without having to do what I'm doing right now. Hello. On, bro. I didn't grab the waypoint there. I'm trolling. I'm actually just trolling. Actually just trolling. Oh my goodness, export, welcome in. How you doing? How you been? Thank you for the raid. Oh wait, I forgot to put the space. Bro, my brain is just dying to this heat. Too much heat? Too much, I was about to say Apex. Too much PoE. Just unga bunga. Hello. Oh, there's Gate 3. How's it going? How many people I know are playing that game? Hello, hello. How is this stream? Fluffy Artsy, thank you for the follow. Please enjoy your stuff. Rolling. I mean, aside from the weather trying to kill me, you know, and being 1 year older now, after Sunday, vibing. Even though Path of Exile has not been nice to me on my other character, but that's why we're making this character, because I have items, good items for this character once you get him up there. You mean something to Baz? Bro, that sounds like a Baldur's Gate situation. Oh, your fellow bear? Hello, hello. A bear. Old bear. The crepper dying. I need to go and... But yes. But welcome, Raiders. I'm Marshmallow Bear, Bear VTuber. I play a variety of games. I used to know life the shit out of Apex, and then it did me dirty and broke me when I tried to solo to gold like 2 seasons ago. And I did successfully solo to gold, but the process was painful, and I do not wish to repeat that ever again.
Go with courage. Hello.
So now we're playing Path of Exile, and sometimes I play... Well, I was playing Warframe, but the new league for Path of Exile started, so we're playing that. Don't worry about it.
Journey well.
No, it's all good. Thank you for the red. Hope we can get some good food. All this shit in here. I need to go through and just transfer my vault orb. Or like do the vendor recipe for my vault orbs. But those are starting to take up a little bit too much space. No. The second time there's been just a tiny little spider and I haven't even seen it and it's just like knobbing on my kneecaps. If I throw enough ghost axes at it, surely it will die. I'm really in the need for like a new weapon, but I haven't seen an axe base drop with like higher modifier than I'll get than if I use the one I'm using now. Which is a little unfortunate. That was almost dead. I had a couple, like, I think like a couple seconds left on my adrenaline buff, and I didn't notice. I hit Corrupting Fever to try to dip below the health threshold to get the heal to go back up. And no heal procced, and I almost died because I wasn't paying attention.
That's two for me, artist, but who's got?
The build's definitely feeling better as we go up. Just I really need to. Who do I talk to? I think I talked to the old guy to see if I can get see if I can get a see if he's got an axe base that's like worth snagging.
Ah, the relic.
Oh, is he?
Be well.
Oh, how is he? Wait, do none of them have? No,
One
it's
less
you. How did you end up here again? Because all things return to me. 2 stonks. Oh, hello, bun. You have any luck grinding the relics? Bruh. That's a waste.
Keep your life to your own.
I'm gonna buy that to use it for 3 levels.
The spirit hunts. Go with the spirit.
You passed out playing? Bruh. Button, please. Did you pass out on the keyboard? Did you draw on the keyboard? Cringe. So cringe. Oh my god. Embarrassing. Could not be me. I'd be embarrassed. I wouldn't even be walking around right now. If I were you. Jeez. Why are all the suffix modifiers always fucking full? I didn't do anything to you. You got me mixed up with a different bear. Better. Not the best, but better than what we had. Never be. %? Bro, why are you in bed so much? You need to change your name from Bun to Koala Bear. Sleeping all day. Sick? Why are you sick? What did I tell you about licking street signs? What is this stuff's unhygienic? Bun, please. Just because the stop sign is red and white does not mean it tastes like a candy cane. Tastes too good though. Oh, it's actually like you're using it to sharpen your little bun teeth and just to nibble someone's kneecaps off. This is why Bun can't leave the house without a muzzle on. Coming for me? No, I'm just gonna stand on a step stool so that way you can't reach my ankles. Easy. And Lee Coast. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Your week going? Hopefully you're not dying to the heat like I am. Go to the recaps. No. You can leap long distances. Jumping? No, you can't jump, Bun. You can't jump. You're gonna try to jump and you're gonna hit like the edge of the step stool and then just like knock yourself out with a concussion. And I'm just gonna sit there standing on the step stool like, yep. Bears are superior. I am literally just trolling. Okay, I am actually just trolling. What the fuck am I doing? Going for that. Like you're gonna crack it open or like you're farming for more? Pop it. Well, don't forget to radiant it. And then Prage. Don't forget to radiant it so then you can get a common item out of it. Volcanic fish. Kill me again. The one pump chomp? I mean, you do know that's not like a good nickname, right? Gotta do some stamina training. That's what they're calling you. He's gonna make a beeline for sovereignty. No. A one pump chomp is a guy that can't go more than one pump. But I cleared that. You mean by that? That's what I mean by that. You can't pump more than once because I need kabooms. I mean, he's great at quickies. Like, you know, you ain't got much time before, you know, going to work or something. But aside from that, you better be able to reload quickly, because you're gonna be you're not gonna be happy. Of course I am. Shit. Of course I am. The amount of fucking Rhino relics I fucking had to radiant, and I just kept getting like common items, not even the like uncommon item for ducats. Like, bruh, actually devastated. Not allowed to eat dinner today. Joke's on you. I'm gonna eat dinner and I'm gonna sit there laughing while I remember that you didn't get it. Be like, dang, Bun's got that bad luck. Get wrecked, buddy. I'll make my dinner taste even better. What taste this? I have impeccable taste, thank you very much. Excellent. I have you know. I'm the person in the house, so when my mom's making something and she feels like something's off, she calls me over to try the food and be like, all right, what's missing? And then I'm like, usually this, or that. What did you learn today? That Rhino is a superior warframe? Question mark? But you really? Oh, the flower one? Yeah, what about it? Is it not like available to get right now? Wave 10. I mean, at least I guess you'll get Vandal parts along the way? Question mark? Opium? ABBC. Oh, so ESO doesn't do the AABC rotation?
When you try to control. I wonder if this means Helen is available.
That's what annoys me about most of the other stuff. That goes like AABC, AABC, and just keeps looping. It's so fucking annoying. We're gonna move now. Oh. I know disruption is based off of like how many get broken, right? Like how many of the shrines get blown up per rotation? And I mean, technically spy missions don't have rotations either. Who is this? The Tujin? Oh, frog, we're chilling. Wait, am I like... There's no way I'm full. I just didn't click the thing properly. The froggy. Well, as far as I know, spy missions, it's based on how many you hack. Like, the first one gives you A rotation, the second one gives you B rotation, and the third one gives you C. Because there's only 3 things you can't hack. So it's technically not really a rotation. That's how I'd farm, like... there was a couple spy missions that were B rotations, and I'd just do 2 and then just break the third one. Carry on with life. Oh, then I guess I was lied to. Everything I read was always just, I was always saying that like it's based on the number of hacks, not like the hack itself. I mean, I don't think I have a spy mission I need to farm anytime soon for stuff. Doesn't mean much to me. I just get annoyed with the, which one is it? The survival ones, like I hate that it loops, right? It goes like AA, BC, and then it just loops back to AA, BC. It's like, it should literally just go AA, BC, and then just go BC, 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 BC from there, in my opinion. There we go. To be honest, I think this one. Very. Yeah, that's a huge difference. Damage. I'm gonna kill this boss, and then we're gonna get, and then I'm gonna like call it for stream. Like, this axe is technically better, not because of the lightning damage, but because of the chance to bleed with more damage while bleeding. Because I can't do elemental damage with Reap anyway. Oh, there's just something satisfying about hitting like a whole pack with a Reap. Even though it's not like that great to do technically. $39, yeah, it's, yeah, the rare is like, to be honest, like if you're not radianting them, like it's really not worth my experience. I usually have like relics I'll sack, right? Where I really don't care what I get. Oh, radiant, ooh, crying. Actually in tears. Yeah, I wish there was some sort of like safety net, like bad luck safety net, right? So, because like for instance, Citrine, right? Citrine's like grind. You're not guaranteed her blueprints, like when you do it, but like, because you can get her blueprints, the blueprints for her gun or the blueprints for her scythe, but then you also get this currency that, you know, if you have really shitty luck in getting everything, you can just go and buy the blueprints from a vendor. I kind of wish they would do that for the relics, but like for the rare ones, like not necessarily, like I don't think the uncommon and commons need it. I think it should just be like, you know, they have Aya, they have void traces, and I guess they could do like some other thing like that just ticks up, and then after X amount, it's like, well, you can just go buy a fucking neuroptic or something, and they could make it like based on the different levels, right? Like lith gives you like 1 lith coin, so to speak, and then you can get any rare lith, like any rare blueprint that drops from a lith relic, and then just do that, so on and so forth for the others. Now they won't. Pretty sure they won't, because most games don't like adding some sort of bad luck protection to their RNG because it keeps you playing longer, but it would be nice. All right, let's see who we gonna go say hello to. I'm gonna say Adikari. Been a while since I rated her. He's playing the Apep. Oh no, Phasmo, sorry. He's playing the Phasmo, the ghostiness. The extra stance. Yeah, something like that. Something just to kind of offset it. Because it feels really bad when you crack open a bunch back to back and then you haven't gotten anything. Like it gets kind of mitigated a little bit if like other people have relics that are you know, they give you some good stuff. Like when I was doing the Rhino Prime farm, like I was so pissed because I wasn't getting the blueprint, but like on the flip side, I also got a lot of other shit that was really good. That's how I ended up getting Core Prime completely, and it was just like, bruh. But that's gonna be it for the day stream. We'll be back tonight. We should be able to hit maps tonight, hopefully, but we'll see. So we've gotten pretty decent way through. We're in Act 7, so we're pretty much almost done. The last 2 acts go pretty quick, especially because I'll have uniques that I can use that'll give me a really big bump in damage. But I'm gonna go probably do some Warframe stuff, eat dinner, and then I'll probably try to do more, like try to push through the story more also if I have time between streams. And then so I'll see you all tonight. It was a late day for you. Hope you have a good day. It was a late day for you as well. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and do so again in the next one.